Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We're going to continue working on Kast, self-hosted version. We started rewriting it yesterday. And we have a simple Lexer, which is lexing this code over here. Right? All right. So before moving on and working on like the parser, I want to finish this because this is not actually matching the current implementation. So it cannot lax everything, right? For example, I think what we want to try is to lax all the source code that I have written here, literally, as one of the tests, right? Um, let's have a just file, which I guess I will install here. Um, all right, here's the idea. I think that I want to go for, let's go with bash, and we do for bash run command for each file in directory tree. I mean, I guess we just use the find there, right? like this. Well, that's what we want. I think in the future, though, we want... it's fine. We'll think about it in the future, I guess. We do find, take file, extension, ks. And then I want to execute, exec batch. Execute command once with all search results as arguments. Is it going to tell me the arguments? It does not tell me the arguments. Oh, this doesn't need the bash, I guess. Do, 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 do. Make sure that FD is installed here. Okay. Close Flens. Hello, hello, hello. All right. I think instead of moving on and like implementing the parser, we are going to just like polish the way the Lexer is done here. I want to change some little things in the language, and maybe we make the command line interface or something, so that let's do this. Let's call this a self-cast, actually. Self-cast. Yeah, how about this? I'm going to have a so Kast itself is the Kast that is the bootstrap, and then self-cast is the self-hosted version of Kast. Let's give this one 5 gigabytes instead of 10 gigabytes also, so that the stream doesn't lag in case of something happening. This one I can give it 5 gigs too, I suppose. RL wrap, sure. But how about instead of doing the cast bin cast here, we're going to say cast. I'm just going to say cast source main ks, right? With the arguments. So now if I do self-cast, this is this thing. Can I get rid of this? By the way, system D run. Can I do like quiet? Suppress information messages. Yeah. We just do quiet here. Self-cast. Okay. Just test is doing the same thing. All right. So what I want is my main, right? to to look at the things. To parse the command line arguments. Specifically, we want one self-cast by default. That would go into the REPL, just like the normal cast does, right? But if we do like cast lex, right? Tests, hello. This is the thing, which is the current output, right? Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. So that's what we want, to parse the command line arguments. We have the std dot what would it be? I don't remember where it is. Is it just in the standard library? In the root? No, it's not. It is stdsys. Yes, the system argc argv. We have argv add, not argv, but that's okay. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so we say I want to parse the args, right? Let's parse the arguments into the data structure to have the args is going to be one of the things, right? We will have the sub command. Let's make this to be like here. Let's do something like that. Sub command is, so right now we can only like tokenize, right? So yeah, we can just tokenize. We can tokenize a file. This over here is going to be some common arguments, which we can just flatten here, I guess, right? Yeah. And then we have the function parse, which returns the args. So we go for I in 1, 2, as this is arg c, right? We say that if let arg be as this is arg v at I, if arg is equal to lex, or arg is equal to tokenize, which is the same thing, then so this is the sub command that I want to do, right? Yes. So sub command is this, and then we return sub command. And by default, if I have not found it, panic, no default sub command, because for now I don't have a default sub command. But in this case, we unwind sub command with tokenize. Right? And tokenize, this should be like a Lexer argument. Lexer args, and then over here we have Lexer args. Although they are maybe empty for now. I mean, we should have the path, I suppose. But what I'm saying is that we have tokenize, and then we do Lexer args, parse, but we start with like I+1, I guess, right? The starting index of the thing. Start index. We should return T. Well, I mean, I need to parse the path here. Path is string. But it can also be the standard input, I guess. Or should I be able to lex multiple files? Because that's what I was doing in my test. How would the output look like there in that case? So I can do like the list here, paths. Expected colon here. Why is this one unexpected? Do I need to do the parentheses here? I guess. So if I just do self-cast, this is going to panic. No, it does not panic. Yes, because I don't call this function, right? Let's do this. Args is args parse. All right, and then over here we're going to match args subcommand, and if we are going to tokenize with Lexer args, I guess, right? Then over here we are actually doing like something that I wanted to do. I'm going to read the file, but I'm supposed to read from the thing. Anyway, yes, this is saying no default subcommand. So, but if I say self-cast lex, then this works. Okay. How about, can I like dbg print args? Right, yeah, there we go. Subcommands, tokenize paths is empty. So, yeah, let's just say that for I in start index to stds args c, say paths array list pushback stds arg v at I. Right, so these are all of my paths. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over all of the paths, right? And for every one of those, I'm going to lex them. And before I do that, we're going to also print lexing now this path, right? So if I do just test here, no. Hold on. There's one more thing, right? If this is not that or that, then we say panic, unexpected argument. Right, yes. So in the test, we want to do self-cast, tokenize, right? There you go. So this is lexing all of the things. And it seems like it panicked over here because my Lexer did not lex this thing properly. Right. Which makes sense. Also, I feel like this was this was relatively slow, but this is the interpreter. If we do this, but with the JavaScript backend, it should work faster. Right? Yeah. Okay. What I want is I want to print this lexing with ANSI dot with mode. Can I do bold? This is not bold. That doesn't look like bold. Oh, it doesn't work at all. I see. It's because I'm using the print. Actually, yes. I think this makes sense. We are supposed to not use print. I do have the output here, right? Can I do like write? I guess lexing this /n. That will work. If I do it in the output. So if we have a write string, this is going to just do current output write string. That's all that I want. Yes, that is bold. Maybe I do /n here. Sure. All right, yeah. So now that we can like make it automatically Lex all of the files in this repository, at least, we need to make sure that it all parses. But before, even if it doesn't parse, we want the Lexer this time to actually be error resilient, I guess. So instead of panicking, I don't want to panic actually at all, ever. Right? So in the Lexer, I am panicking in multiple different ways here. Well, this panic I think is fine. Maybe, or maybe no. Maybe we do something like... Well, first, let's do the error reporting in general. The error reporting in general is going to be something like this. I want to have the error report, right? So when we report the errors, they should be in the span. And the message like that. So let's for now just say that error reporting is panicking with a message. Sure. Let's do this for now. All right, so instead of panicking over here, right, we are going to do error report. So what is the span? The span is the current position of the reader, right? So we say that start is a Lexer reader position. How about this? Span is span single character in the position of Lexer reader position with the URI of Lexer source URI. That's what I want. Why is span not found here? I need to import it too, right? So we want to be able to do a single character. Well, the characters, they are also potentially like not singular ones, right? So I want to have position. I want to know what the character actually is. So the character is actually what? Lexer, reader, peak, unwrap. Is that right? Position is this, character is this, Yuri is this. Position, character, Yuri. So one start is position, end is position. So I have position advanced, which mutates. Advanced copy. Position. Maybe. Yuri. Position char. Position. Char. Yuri. Advanced copy. Position char, which returns a new position. So new position is just position, and then we advance new position with the character return new position. Dun, dun. Right, so now the issue is that this, so error report is potentially going to continue execution. So over here, I cannot return nothing. I must return something. So we are going to return the error token in this case and skip the current thing, right? So reader advance. Reader. We're literally going to skip the single character in this case. Right? And return the thing. Okay. Span. Let's see. Span is this. We advance. Our return shape is error. Error token. Where raw. Is going to be this character, right? I mean, I guess let's call this char, not C. So we just do toString char. So all of this thing is creating the single error token, right? Yeah, let's create a function, you know. Skip error, skip char, unexpected char, Lexer. Yeah, how about this? That's what we return, and unexpected char is Lexer. Giving us the token is this thing. Unexpected char because of the message, maybe. I can give it the message. Row inference failure, right. So now the inference is because we don't have the error variant in the token shape, right? I need the special token, which is the error token, which has, I guess, the raw stuff there. Error, raw. How about we do this and if we have the error token here, then we're going to print it with red. Right? So this means that if we manage to compile, wait, why is this still bold? I was laxing. This did not get rid of the boldness or something. Oh, wait. No, it's interpreter error. Token print. We don't have fields. Type token doesn't have fields. What do you mean? Wait, what? That makes no sense. Token print is this thing. Excuse me? What is this? Raw inference. Restart language server. No errors. This actually kind of makes no sense. The type doesn't have fields. This was working before. Is this a bug? If I do dbg print token. Right now, yeah. See, I have the print token in this tests hello KS. Why is this bold though? That is another bug, which was not present previously. Close mode for bold is 22. I don't know. This was correct before. Something is very weird. Token print. It's trying to get the field of the type. Type token doesn't have fields. Right, let's open the language. It's the bootstrap. I don't even understand why would this be an error. Let's try Kast. Projects, Kast lang, self-host, source, main. And then we'll do Lex. Examples, hello. Right? Is this going to be the same error? It is the same error, right? Because I'm trying to get field over here in the interpreter, right? We just do get field. But why am I trying to get the field here? Of this thing. How does this work usually, actually? I don't remember even. It is in the get field, right? Oh, it's because over this one, right? Cast as module opt. This did not cast it as module, right? Which means that it doesn't have the field. That makes sense, right? It failed to cast it as a module. Because cast impulse as module is not present for some reason. Is it because my value map is incorrect, actually? That might be the case. That would be a really bad bug. What if I run this, but with the JavaScript? You know, can I do cast target JS here and see if this is any different? So now the problem is with the transpiling. Line number 595. Oh, it's because I cannot unpack. Unpacks are not transpilable yet. Okay, got it. So I cannot use the JavaScript target. with the current code until I fix that, which I should. Okay, so the question is then, how is the interpreter? So over here, I'm importing the token, right? And when I import this, I should add the impl as modules, right? The thing is, so it's done where? Bum, 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 bum. When I calculate the import, that's what we have there. And when I actually perform the import, but actually performing the import is happening in the compiler. And then the interpreter is the new interpreter, which does not have these implementations. How did this work before then? I'm confused a little bit now. How did my language even work before? When I initialize the interpreter, I have these Kast implementations. Let's see where I'm like moving, using them, right? This is done. In the compiler, yeah. It kind of makes sense why it does not find it, I think. So what happens when I'm actually trying to run the thing through the interpreter? Here's the CLI of the interpreter, right? I'm doing the evaluate. In order to evaluate, I have the compiler. Now this is the arguments. So I initialize compiler interpreter, right? And then I'm compiling using this compiler, and then I evaluate using this interpreter. and I'm compiling for this interpreter. If no std, then interpreter is compiler interpreter. Interpreter is interpreter default. Yeah, interpreter is the one that is used in the compiler, which is not how it's supposed to be, but that's how it is. That's actually supposed to work. How about then doesn't have fields? This thing. I want to iterate here. And print existing Kast as module for key. Like, do we even have anything? Right, so I have existing Kast as module for ANSI mode, AST char string, TCP stream, source, URI, Lexer, token. Wait, what? Hold on. No. There is an existing Kast as module for token, which is exactly what we want, right? And then it says that token is this a different token somehow though? These doesn't have fields. How so? How so? Right? Because I'm trying to cast this module, which is literally just me trying to find this thing. Okay, how about this? How about this? Equal is bool print b. Value equal types equal value key and object. Like maybe they are not equal for some reason. Are there two types, which is the same type? Unhandled recurse cache make key. Right, because the equality needs... the thing. Equal. How do we do it? Equal value. Just recurse cache. Hello, Raymarch. Inference compare recurse cache. With cache. Inference compare recurse cache may create. How are you doing, Raymarch? I think I just found a bug in my language. It's pain. Try and figure out what's wrong sometimes. Alright, let's see here. Equal is false, equal is false, equal is false, equal is false. So what I need is this, right? So we have an existing cast as module for token, and we're trying to cast this type as module, but it says that they are not equal. Why are they not equal? Why are they not equal? That makes no sense. Right? Because what I'm looking for is the cast for the token, which is the same type, right? You spent last 2 weeks dealing with a bug in some industry standard IoT protocol. What's IoT? Internet of Things, right? Boom, 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 boom. What is the issue here? Maybe it's just like in the OCaml derives or something, right? You know what? What I should do is I should do the inference variables when we print them. Here's the inference base, right? When I'm printing the inference variable, I need to print the ID, right? What we should do is true, so that I will know if they are, for some reason, the two tokens with different IDs. Like, what? That would not make sense. Why would they be different? That makes no sense if that's the case, right? How about I only print the ID though? Let's do this separately. You know, we want to print the ID. Then I want to print this. And then I want to print the equal sign. But in this case, I only want to print the ID. There you go, like this. We don't want to print the spans. So this thing, right? The token of ID 112693. And this is a different token. Wait, what? How can I have a different token? How can I have a different token? Okay, that's a good question. Is it because I'm evaluating this code twice and creating this type twice? That would not make sense, right? Because like this name, the fact that it is existing here. Oh, with a different ID is weird. Can the ID change here? While I'm reporting the error? It shouldn't. But let's try to log this again, right? In the beginning. Oh, I'm printing object. Yeah, I'm printing object shape, but that's okay, right? Let's do log error. Log value is this value print. Let's print the value, not the value shape here, I suppose. So value is this one, right? We have ID 1120500 this time. Token. Which is one ID less than this value actually, which is weird, I think. Or is it not weird? I don't know. And have existing token with a different ID. Is this ID bigger though? This is 12442, and this is 112. Yes, this one is smaller ID also. So the existing cast is for a different token type. How? Oh no. Is it because I'm importing this? Is it because I'm importing this? It shouldn't be. Well, let's log when I impl over here, right? I implement Kast as module. Let's log this here, right? Let's log this. I say await fully inferred. Maybe this over here didn't happen yet? Maybe this is the issue. Although that doesn't really matter, I think. Let's do log info adding impl cast as module, cast this as module, value print value. Right? AST as module, char as module, string as module, stream, listener, ANSI mode, urim, source, position, span, reader, token. This is 966790. Right? But then I'm trying to look it up for a different one. Although the ID could have changed. I definitely do see that when I'm implementing this cast, then the types of the shape and the type of a span is not inferred yet. So yeah, some inference is happening. After that, the ID could have changed. For sure. One, two. What do I do? How do I debug this? I have no idea right now. I don't get it. How could I have a different token? Type. That's the issue with the inferencing. Like the way the name, like I feel like it's only possible if I evaluate the same thing twice, but I only edited once, right? I was only editing it once. As impl cast as module, right? I mean, let's see. Maybe I did edit multiple times, but so far I think it was adding only once. Right? I have a Lexer token. Yeah, the token is only present once. Which means that I don't evaluate this file multiple times, for sure. Is it when I'm unifying two types for some reason? I don't even know what to guess here. Currently, let's like what I should try to do is to minimize the example, right? I should try to minimize the example here. Okay. What if I do this immediately, right? Right now I'm trying to like print the token over here after parsing the arguments. How about this? dbg print token print. How about this? Like literally the first thing is we do is we try to print this, right? But it doesn't work here. What if I do this at compile time eval? If I do it at compile time, then it works, right? So what's the difference? I'm supposed to use the same interpreter even here, no? What if I print the token itself, and then I print the token itself at runtime? It shouldn't matter though much, I think, right? It looks like the same type, but what about the IDs there? Come have fun. All right, we'll have fun very much. Thanks for coming. We'll have fun debugging this. Wait, no, over here the ID is the same. The ID did not change from compile to runtime. It did not change. But, wait. But this over here says 693. Oh, no, it is 693. That's the correct one. 694 is the value and 693 is the type. And to create the smaller example, yes. How do I go about making the smaller example? Let's first of all commit something that I have done, even if it doesn't work currently. And then we try to minimize this example, right? So, can I just import the token here? Like, let's not import anything else. Let's just import the token. What I'm trying to do is dbg print token print, right? Like, yes. Let's do this. Let's run this code, right? So this is complaining about this line over here. If I remove all of this code, but I still import all the things, then it works. Wait, what? Okay, so this is very wrong, right? So it's not the import. It's something in this code that breaks stuff. Is it the fact that I have implemented the... No, that makes no sense. Well, let's see what is the line that I need to add so that it doesn't work. If I don't use the Lexer at all, then it works. If I use the Lexer, then it works. So it's something inside of this loop. If I just pick the Lexer in a loop, then it works. If I pick and print the token, then it doesn't work, right? Yes. Why not? Like, it's this one that is breaking things. What if I don't print the token and do everything else? Then things work. Okay. Can I dbg print token print over here? This is mysterious bug. This works. This works. So token print actually works here. But if I token print token, is it because of the pipe operator? Oh, name part token shape is not token shape. Hold on. I have the inference error. Right? Why does it say name part token shape is not equal to token shape? Those are different token shapes somehow. That's in the LSP. I think this works if I restart the language server, though. Probably. That's a different bug. So the only issue happens if I try to actually call this function, right? If I don't call it, then it's fine. If I try to type ascribe this token into unit, if I type ascribe that it's fine, if I assign it to a variable, then it's fine. If I call this variable with the token, because this has the type token, right? Then it's fine. Now this is very wrong. Hold on. Okay, well, at least I got to some working state. And then if I don't type ascribe this, then it also doesn't work. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Is the type of F here something different? It's supposed to not be. Okay, let's minimize this further then, right? If it works like that, right? Then can I say over here dbg print token print and then just print underscore here, right? This is not going to work either. Over here, what if I remove this code? Then it still doesn't work, right? So yeah, there we go. This is simpler. Let's get rid of this. Wait, now it says context and available. Because this function actually works. Wait, what? Is it this thing that breaks it? No, now we have the variable that is not inferred and yeah, this is the different error. This works. Hold on. I thought it was just not working. Or is it RNG? Hold on. No, it's not. It's just a different error here. Do, 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 do. How have I never seen this bug before? Is it because I have a lot of modules? I feel like it's because of the import semantics, maybe. Can I like get rid of some of the dependencies here, like the Lexer? Like, I want the same error to still be happening. Right? Can I just say that token is underscore here? And it says that this is not inferred, which is a different error, of course. So this works. This is so weird. Okay, I have an idea. Let's make sure that it's not because of the imports. What I'm going to do is I'm going to replace all of the use imports. And I'm going to replace all of that with nothing, right? So that we don't import anything. And instead of importing, I'm going to include all of these files in the beginning, right? So I need to include them in the correct order then. So output, span, error, and see, Lexer, token, position, Reader. Beauty. Is this all the files? Can't find Lexer in the scope. Wait, why is this still here? Oh, there we go. Because I need to press enter again. Don't find source in scope. Fine. Source. Right, and then I still need to like use that, right? Because we have the modules inside of them. I still have import Yuri here. How was this not found? All right, there we go. So this actually works. The problem is with the import system, right? It's because usually I don't import much. So if we compile all of the code as a single file, then it works. And that is because I am not creating a new interpreter in this case every time, right? Does it matter? I just don't understand why this matters. Okay, we can keep working on the code as if it was all one file like this, or I don't want that. I want to actually have proper imports. I'm going to fix it. So what happens when we do the import? I am creating the new default state of the compiler. Which uses the new default interpreter. Wait, maybe what I should do, how about this? Let me do this. Git stash git checkout single file. Let's go back to the old version. Which doesn't work. But I want to know if I'm importing the same file multiple times for some reason. Should not be the case though. right? Should not be the case. So I'm running the standard library. ANSI output source, URI, Lexer, span. Token is only imported once. Which makes sense. It should be imported just once. So when we create the import, we do this. To do what if it's going to be evaluated in a different interpreter, right? That's literally the issue, right? That I'm having. Maybe. Like, the problem though is I still have the implementation of the casting. It's just for a different value which looks the same for some reason. The problem that... Oh, wait. Wait. I think I know the reason. Maybe. I mean, I'm guessing. The thing is that this token is one token, but the token that we get from picking the Lexer is a different token. That may be the case, right? Maybe this is the issue. I have two different tokens. One token is inside of the Lexer, and another token is... Which one is the one that is imported for some reason, which is why it is fixed. If I say that token, that this token is equal to this token, right? What if I just say that this is a token? Is this also fixing the issue? Right, like, because if I say f is token print, and then I do this f, right? Like, that was working. No, not this. If I also type annotate this as token into units, right? Then it works. Right. Why does this work? If it's the same thing. Why does this work? I guess another way to make it work is if I do this evaluation at compile time, so I don't transpile this to using the dot. Maybe. Oh, I cannot use the parenthesis here. Comp time must be expression. Of course. Right, so this also works. It's because I have different thing here at compile and at runtime. That makes no sense. Hello, Nigel. I found a bug in Kast, and I have no idea what's happening yet. It's some stupid bug. I'm not sure how to debug it properly. The issue is that I have a token type for which I'm trying to get the associated like method print right over here to print the token. Over here, I'm trying to print the token print, and so it cannot figure it out at runtime because I have two different token types somehow. Started looking at semantic tokens. I don't think you need to look at semantic tokens to generate this tree-setter grammar. You don't need to look there. Semantic tokens is to highlight the code in with the LSP. To generate the tree-setter grammar, you just need to convert the syntax rules into this thing. Maybe if you want to translate to the tree-setter grammar, we should wait until this is like we rewrite the parser in Kast, and then we generate the tree-setter grammar with Kast instead of a camel. Could do that instead. I just did not start working on the parser yet. I'm trying to make the Lexer work. But I have found a bug, so I'm currently cannot make progress, unfortunately, until I fix this. Like, the correct way to fix this is to minimize this example, right? Because right now I have already written how much? 660 lines of Kast code. And to minimize this example as much as possible, right? So how about we say this? Let's say that Lexer let's get rid of these codes here. Advance. Let's just not do anything here. And when I peek, I'm just going to say that shape is like error, for example. Raw is smiley face, and span is span single character position. Span is, I don't know, let's just say underscore here. It doesn't matter, right? There we go. No, now this cannot be awaited. Wait, what? So this also actually fixed this bug? Yes, so this is removing too much code. Oh no. Okay, how do we remove the least amount of code? Let's remove it one by one. Maybe this unexpected character. Let's just do panic here. That helped, right? Yes, that helped. Read next. Okay. What if I... Okay, what if I just have the panic always? This is going to panic. Okay, what if I do underscore? Is it going to say that it's not inferred? Yes. Okay, fine. Let's try, instead of panicking, say shape is error raw smiley face span is start is Lexer reader position, end is Lexer reader position, URI is Lexer source URI. Let's do that. This works. Oh no. Oh no. So is literally this code that I have the unexpected char. I was thinking about that, but that would take too much blood, sweat, and tears from you to get to that point with semantic tokens. What do you mean? Let's not report the error. Let's remove one line by one. Let's not advance. Writing Kast with semantic tokens is painful. Why? What do you mean? Why is it painful? Because you use Helix, and Helix doesn't support semantic tokens. That's the only reason. Like, it takes time and CPU. I don't know. I thought you have a good PC. It doesn't matter. I don't think it's that slow. There is a lot of the CPU used for other things. I have not felt the pain that you're talking about. A lot of the LSP overhead is semantic to tokens. I don't know. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's because I'm trying to compile the code before I highlight the code. That's the reason. We need to like change the LSP to highlight the code without waiting for the compilation. Hold on, so this works. Remove this code. I mean, this is also only on the unexpected character, so... this is still the same error. Is this still the same error? This is no longer the same error. Okay, so something over here is breaking the things. What would break the thing here? This makes no sense. Still a large chunk of data. So what? It's not that big compared to all of the other things that are happening. It's a micro optimization right now. What we need to do is to do the big optimization, not the micro optimization. I mean, after the big optimization is done, then yes, you can work on the micro optimizations too. But right now, it doesn't matter. Like, I think that what we will do is, in this rewrite, as soon as I fix this bug, we are going to start working again, right? Then I'm going to rewrite the parser, right? We're not going to make the language, but we're going to make the parser work, and then I use that, and then we make the LSP, which just parses and can format the code, right? And then we also make the conversion of the rules to the tree-seater grammar, so that like you are also happy with this micro optimization, and with Helix. But it's not going to matter that much, I'm pretty sure. Like, the BC needs to be really the potato for the semantic tokens to matter. Well, I mean, it's going to matter more because it's going to be like if we do this, if we write this in Kast, because Kast is like slow, right? So the overhead is like multiplied by 5 times. Because the Kast is 5 times slower than it needs to be, right? But yeah, I think it's still going to be you see that formatting glitching every time you start typing, get anxiety. Not the formatting, the highlighting, right? So yeah. Yeah, that's the reason. Alright, I'm making no progress right now trying to like figure out this bug. So for some reason, if I call this function, then the bug appears, and if I don't call it, then it doesn't appear. Right? Let's try again. Let's say, let's instead of calling this, let's say that span is... I'm not even using that span. What? What if I do that? Then it works, right? If I say span is underscore, then it works. If I do span is start is position, end is position, Yuri is path is 1, 2, 3, then it works. So like it literally is because I'm calling this function for some reason, even although this doesn't have to do anything with tokens. If there are features that don't need my attention, Yuri mentioned. Yeah, you can work on Yuris, I guess. This over here, right now, the Yuri is just the path, right? But I think we want the full, like, implementation of the Yuris. For later. If you want to work on that. No, it's not the path, it's the Yuri. URI. That's the standard thing. It's not just the path. It can be the like it contains this like it can be URL or the like everything, right? I mean, it's a Yuri. Mm, Anything else? Maybe. Let's see. Not really. I mean, ideally, this Yuri would also live in its own library, I guess, right? Not sure if it needs to be in the standard library, but like somewhere. We don't have the way to import the libraries yet. Well, I mean, unless I do the submodules with Git. So I don't know, where would you write this code? Like directly here for now? I guess could work. Maybe. I don't know how to make progress right now. We have a bug. Should you make a prototype for package manager using the Git sub modules? No, I mean the Git sub modules are already the package manager. Basically, you don't need to make the prototype based on this, right? Like Git is already the package manager. If you just do a Git sub module, you cannot have different versions of the same dependency. You can. You just do two submodules in different paths from different sources. And you need to declare versions, but the git commit is the version, basically. You need at least a bash script that does that. Does what? No, I don't think it needs to be done. The version could be just the branch, and then like the log file is the actual commit that is stored like in the git submodule, right? And so if you want to update your dependency, just do git pull and that's it. In the submodule. Maybe we can do this right now instead of doing what I'm doing, so that you can work on Uris, sure. In a separate repository. Because I have no idea how to fix this bug right now, and I have no idea how to minimize this example so that it's easier to understand what's happening. So yeah, let's do something else. Let's try to ignore the existence of the bug. We're going to have the hack then, for now, right? It's okay. I'm just going to have the hack, right? And to do the hack, I just do token print is token into unit, right? That's all. This doesn't support the parentheses though, so we do F. What's this? Right? This is hack because of bug in Kast. Right? Fine. Let's just do this. A hack fix the bug. All right, how about this? So we are going to do this. I'm going to go to project Kastlang. I'm going to just create this repository in the Kastlang, I guess, right? We create the repository from scratch called URI, right? In the Kastlang. I just have like a template to create the new repository. Or something. Right? There is flake templates, I guess, that I could use. So let's say that this Yuri is just going to leave. Oh, but this depends on the output. Is the only issue. The output should go to the standard library, though, I think. Right? I mean, we can just do a toString here. toString. I guess. So this right now is just returning the path. Right? Like, this is the simplest library ever. So... let me reload. Make sure that it's formatted. Oh, I need the workspace KS, right? Roots is source lib. Hello? LSP info. It's active. Does it not work here? Alright, we just format in place then. I don't know. This should work. Oh, we have the formatter creates this, by the way. The lines with just white space. That could be fixed, I suppose. But it's okay. For now. Something like this. Alright. So let's say that this is my library, and instead of this Yuri, I just want to use the actual one, right? So how do you do the git submodules? Git submodule init, git submodule help. I have very rarely using it. We have repository and we have path, right? So I think what we can do is we can do just a folder called like dependencies, right? And we do git submodule add just github Kast lang Yuri into deps Yuri, like this, right? And then instead of importing the Yuri directly, Depth Yuri 0.1.0. I think this doesn't like I'm not going to have multiple versions of this thing here. I don't think that's what we want. Like unless you actually want to be able to do this, like right now I want only a single copy of the dependency, and if we have multiple versions in the dependency tree somehow, then it should not be possible. The only issue here is with the transitive dependencies, but for now, if like the Yuri doesn't have any like transitive dependencies, then it's fine, right? Yeah. With transitive dependencies, I guess I cannot have the submodule inside of the Yuri, right? That would be needing to be done somehow differently. You know what I mean? So instead of this, we just import from deps Yuri source lib, right? That's all that I'm doing. No such file or directory? Why not? Oh, I called it librs? I called it librs instead of libks. Lol. Okay. Yeah, and then you will just PR to the Kastlang Yuri. And I think we can... Yeah, I need to like make sure that this Yuri is... Yeah, because I'm importing from multiple places. I think like later we would want to just like import something like deps, like Yuri, deps Yuri, I guess, or something later. But for now, I specify the full path here. It's only here. Okay, deps, Yuri source lib. And field print is not there, right? Because we don't have the way to print the Yuri anymore. What we do instead is we do Yuri to string, and we just write this thing. Right, there we go. So now we have this library in its own library, and that's all. So what Git stores, right? We know that the submodule is over there. But I think git status git diff. Yeah, there you go, right? You have sub-project commit over here. This right now is dirty, so I need to like commit to the Yuri first, right? Rename libkrs to libks, right? Then I can push this to the Yuri repository, right? So this over here is the alternative of the log file, right? So we are technically tracking the main branch of the Yuri, right? Which is, instead of the versioning, we're just tracking the branch directly. And inside of the Git, we already have the log file because we're using the Git submodules. So we don't need the package manager because of that, right? Hello, Zend. I have found a bug in my language. So it's a little unfortunate, but maybe we can try to move forward with ignoring this bug. Still cannot have multiple versions of the same dependency. You can. You just add two different. Submodules, right? Like in a different folder. You call this like submodule Yuri 2, right? And that's the second version. Check out a different commit there. And that's it. What do you mean you cannot? You can. You just need to put them in different paths. You need to name them different, which requires a script of some kind. It does not. You can rename things manually, Nigel. Why would it need to be done by script? What? It does not. This thing can be done manually. What? Yuri dependent. Move Yuri to its own repository. Why would you need a script? For now, okay, but later. Well, later we'll think about what happens later. Like this, yeah, I don't get like I don't understand what you. If you want to, like, you still would want, like, if you have a package manager, you would still want to, if you want to have multiple packages, like the same dependency with multiple versions, you would still need to name them the same, right? So let's say that we have the package format, right, like a cargo toml in Rust. If you want to have the same dependency twice, you would still need to rename one of them to be different. So the name is basically the file name or like the folder name where I'm checking out the submodule, right? So it's the same. It's just not like the description of the packages is the file system, not stored in a single file. That's the only difference. Never do now what you can leave for later. Exactly. All right, let's try to continue working on the Lexer, ignoring the bugs, right? So here's what we have. We can Lex the hello world, this thing, right? When you have transitive depths, you will need this. Yes, but with transitive depths, I'm not sure. Can you even do the transitive depths with the Git submodules? That's the question, I guess, right? Like for example, if Yuri had the dependency, then how would we refer to it? That's the question. Like, where is the dependency stored? And this is where we need the package manager, because the package manager is storing the dependencies in some specific place, and then we're importing from there. Actually, maybe Nix. Actually, maybe Nix is the way. With recurse submodules, you don't do the transitive dependency. It's like the dependency inside of a dependency, right? So, like, it's not going to be the same. Like if package A depends on B, package B depends on C, and package A also depends on C, right? If we do this with the submodules, this is going to be just checked out twice, which is like the same dependency twice copied. But we want it to be actually the same dependency, right? Maybe doing this with Nix is actually better for now than doing it with Git submodules, because Nix will put it into the Nix store, right? And then when I'm importing, you know, when I import the Yuri, I would literally import this from the Nix store. Because then the dependencies can be unified. Yeah. I don't really want to like depend on Nix too much here, though, in the language. I mean, depending on Git is also not perfect. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, when we need it, we will work on the actual package manager. But for now, it's okay. Okay, we just want to finish the Lexer. So I have just test here, which is trying to Lex all of the source code in this repository. And we cannot lex this thing over here, 0x1b, right? Let's do it. I want to be able to read the numbers too. Number raw. Read number. There is a dedicated root hex instead of reading the number. Sure. Read hex number. Let's call it a hex number. So I need to pick 2. So we need to start with 0x. None. Then we advance the reader twice. And to read while is hex digit. Do we have is digit? No, we have like from digit, and then it panics instead, of course. Is ASCII digit exists? Yes, that's just the regular digit. We can do that. I mean, or we can just inline this just for clarity, I guess. Maybe 09. AF. Oh, it's equal, of course. That's why it was not parsing here. Read while is hex digit. Union must be expression. What do you mean union? All right. None of read functions return sum. Boom, boom. Did I not add the read hex number? Let's go to hello world. And let's have this as 0x123 FA A D. Okay. What's the issue here? Is this implemented incorrectly? We're trying to do 0x. Let's see, am I getting here? I am. And then C2. C2 is X, which means that I'm supposed to get here, right? But I am not. Oh, wait, if it is equal to X. It's supposed to be if it's not equal to X, of course. My bad. Pattern match non-exhaustive number over here. When I'm printing the number, we want to print what? Numbers are like italic. There we go. Hex numbers. All right. We don't have regular numbers. Wait, do I not have regular numbers in my code anywhere? Why does it still work? There we go. Finally. Something broke. So it actually took this thing unfinished string. Wait, what? It's because we have maybe string interpolation. Oh, it's Okay, this is still correct. Then the next one is or equal. Yeah, this over here. It's because we don't have the backslashes. It thinks that this is the single token, and then it like continues incorrectly. Okay. Backslashes were not implemented when I do the read string, because I don't just read until the delimiter, right? In order to read the string, we also can have the interpolated parts like that. Let's do the simple one for now. Boom, boom. I guess I don't do the read while. Instead, what we do is something like this. While reader peak reader is some character. What we do here is if the character is equal to the delimiter, then we just break the loop here, right? If character is equal to the backslash, then we are going to escape the character, right? Otherwise, the character is as is. Yeah. Otherwise, we are just going to advance the reader. Let's also make sure that I'm calculating the content. Contents is an empty string, I guess. Do we have the string push or something? Can I add the character to a string? I cannot. What we can do, though, is... Fine, let's do this. Add char C is just going to be something like contents plus equal to string C for now. And then later we can make something more efficient. So over here I just add char C directly. If we have a backslash, then we're going to advance the reader always. And then C is peak the reader. If it is none, though, then I need to make sure to return the error here. Let's panic for now. Panic. Expected escaped character or something. So now when this is a character, we can say that if character is the opening bracket, the opening one, right? Then we're going to panic to do interpolation. Okay. If C is the backslash, then... So this is just the single character, right? We just say that character is this thing. Ideally, we have a match. Why I don't have the matches? Let's have a to do here. To do match instead. Maybe we can implement the match in if I want to do something right now. But yeah, if we escaped the backslash, then it's going to be just the backslash. If it is the n, then it's going to be the slash n. If it is the r slash r, if it is the t, then it is slash t. If it is the what else do we have? R n nrbt nr bt, and then the singular quote, and then the double quote, and then otherwise we say incorrect, unexpected escape character, like this. Why is there a space here? And why is the formatter adding the empty lines? Why would the formatter add the empty lines here? That makes no sense. All right, I'm going to keep them. It's weird, though. And then after we figured out the escape character, we just say add char c advance reader, which is same as this. But okay. Also, one of the things that is not implemented even in my current Lexer is the hacks escapes. I feel like we should do that. How do you do properly hacks escapes in languages? Is it always just 2 hex digits? It's always just 2 digits, right? For the X. But what if I want to have the Unicode character? Then it is U, and then it is inside of the curly braces. Do we want to use the same one? I can implement like the Unicode characters like this too. But also, since I have the contents now, how about if for this string, I want to add the actual contents? So string has contents. And when I'm printing this string, let's just write the contents like this. Right, so for example, for the I can just slash n to like this for now, right? So this is the actual contents. Let's go to hello and say that this over here is going to be a slash n, right? Okay. So one is to support slash x20, for example. Is that the space? No, that's like decimal, right? Boom, 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 boom. If c is equal to x, then advance. Then I need to pick two characters, right? So c1 is reader pick option unwrap or else return. Well, I need to return the error here. Error. I have this unexpected char. That's not what we want, though. Let's just do panic for now. Panic. Expected to hex digits after slash x, right? C1 and C2. This one is going to be pick 2, right? and then we say if not is hex digit C1 or not is hex digit C2, then we do the same thing. Can I do it without copy pasta? Maybe. So then I'm going to advance reader twice and return char from digit radix 16. This is C1, this is C2, and then we do C1 times 16 plus C2 and do char from code. Wait, this is a byte, right? This is not necessarily the correct UTF character is the issue. No, I want 2-digit radix, not from. Digit is more than or equal than radix? Wait, what? If digit is more than or equal than radix. Wait, is my 2-digit radix incorrectly implemented? No, A is no, this is correct, right? A is 10. F is going to be 15. Oh, because it's not C. I need C1 and C2. Makes sense, right? So 0x20. Wait, this doesn't look correct, right? x20 slash. Like this slash got eaten. Because I'm advancing here. That's right. I need to not advance in this case. I guess I will, like, this is kind of special a little bit, so we are going to do a separate continue. And then I add char this, because I have already skipped the characters. So what is 0x20? Is this the invisible character? Hmm. What is 20? It's 16 plus 4, so like 14. That would be the regular space. Mm, mm. Unicorn emoji. Where's the hex value? Doesn't give me the hex value here. Well, I should replace this one with emoji anyway. With the correct one. Zero A is the /n, right? Yes. Okay. Just to test this a little bit. Okay. Emoji. How do I figure it out? Python. Wrapper. How do I do this like with any existing language though? The bytes. Bytes. No. B. Bytes can only contain ASCII literal characters. Really? Python print string hex. Like this. No, that's wrong. I need to do the emoji. Oh my god. This one here. This one is a colon. Okay, 1F. This gives me the singular one. This is not even like the correct. Like this one on the Stack Overflow is not correct. It does not work with emojis. My god. Emoji codes. You need to go to this website specifically. Where is my code? In the bottom, Unicode data. That one, like, right. 1F984. That's not the bytes though, right? That's the number in hex. So if I want to convert this to bytes, what do I do? Okay, because this scrolls away, right? Well, I mean, that's the hex, right? X 1 F984. Is it 3 bytes? No, this is still like just a number. Oh, it's like X means hex. Okay, got it. And this is the decimal number of the thing. C, C++, and Python. U. There we go. And this is the 4 bytes, right? So the first byte is just 0. That's what we want. C, C++, and Python. Right. So what I'm saying is like we don't support the dash U, right? I guess yeah. This is just 4 hex bytes. That's what you do in C. So if we instead do 0x00 /x 01 /xf /x, this is supposed to be the same thing, right? But it's not going to be the same thing. Of course. So should this even be allowed? Can you do this in Rust? That's what I'm wondering. Like you have to use the Unicode escape instead, right? I mean, maybe in Rust it would work if we do it with bytes there, but like that's weird a little bit, maybe. Yes, this is out of range hex escape. It must be a character in the range 00 to 7F, right? Because, yes, because this is the only correct ASCII character. And after that is like the Unicode, which is like extended then, right? So for Unicode you do /u. Does this work? Over long Unicode escape, you must have at least 6 digits. But why is it 4 bytes then? Is there no Unicode characters which are 4 bytes? There are. Or do they all have zeros in the beginning? Why does this only allow 3 bytes? Anyway, let's say that this is the character, right? This is the code. And let's say that if code is more than 0x7f, right? That's the maximum one. Then we're going to also panic. Hex escaped character must be in range 0 to 07F. Just to match that. Okay. And then we can do the Unicode. In Rust, it should be uhex valid range. But why is this the valid range? Is there no, like, because there are some UTF characters that take 4 bytes, right? Even this unicorn is 4 bytes, is it not? So are all of the Unicode characters only using 3 bytes at most, but we still write them in 4 bytes? For some reason? It's a little weird. Try 09. You mean like over here? That's all long. It should have 6 hex digits. That's what it says. And then this is the maximum one, right? But what if we take the bigger one? It's also going to, yeah, like it's invalid. The Unicode escape must be at most 10 FFFF. 10 FFFF should be a number 4 bytes. So wait, what? This is just 3 bytes though, right? How is this 4 bytes? This is 3 bytes. Like every 2 hex characters is 1 byte. No? Am I stupid? But why is it 3 byte? Like the I don't know. I'm stupid. Well, I mean, like whether you need to read the next byte or not depends on um Unicode 41 is A, right? Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is why this is 4 bytes instead of 3. Let's do this. This as bytes. So yeah, it's because this is not the byte representation. It's the code, whatever this means, which is not actually the hex thing as the yeah. Okay, I guess that makes sense. There is a little bit of the conversion that needs to happen. Sure. Because 1 bit is saying if there is the continuation, right? This is the continuation bit in the first byte, right? Basically, something something. It's a number hex representation. I don't think so. If I say that x is 0x10 ffff, right? And then I say print let x bytes is unsafe std mem transmute reference to x, right? As star const i32, and this is going to be a star const u84. Like this. We get the byte representation. No, it's different representation, different bytes. It's the UTF encoding. It's not like as is the numbers, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not specifying the bytes here, which is what I was assuming for some reason. We're specifying something else, the code point, but there is like math actually required to parse this. Okay, that's okay. I never looked into how UTF-8 works. Um. Okay, so let's do the same, right? The same one. You um. And this is the one. Okay. If C is equal to... No, not here. Else if C is equal to the U, then, okay, we're going to advance. Then expected this one, right? Like, I mean, ideally, I actually just write code like this. Read peak, like, is equal to some opening curly bracket, right? I just don't think that my equality works properly currently. For the options, especially in the JavaScript backend. So yeah, we're going to do this like that. It's okay. If C is not equal to this, then also panic. Then reader read while C is not equal to closing one. That's also until the new line, so that it doesn't happen. Like this. This is content. This is like the actual number, right? Or I guess code. This is going to be hex code. Then we do also expecting the closing one in the end. Advance. Now we need to convert the hex code, right? So we also say that if hex code length is equal to 0. Wait, can you do what can you do here? Can you do like a single one like this? Oh, you can. Okay, can you do 0 characters? No. Okay. If this is 0, then panic. This escape must have at least 1 digit. 1 hex digit. If it is more than 6, at most 6 hex digits. All right, then we convert the code. This is the UTF-8 representation. Black hole shear. Yeah, the first bit is always 0, right? And if the first bit is 1, then we know that it's like at least 2 bytes, right? Yeah. Well, I guess it's like the amount of ones determines the number of bytes, right? I see. So it's 1111, and then the actual number with also tens in the beginning. And what is the purpose of this 1 zeros, by the way? It's just so that when you look in the middle of the string, you know that it's yes, because that's how you determine if it's the boundary of the UTF character without looking around, right? Yeah. Because like you know that the character, the UTF character, is only starting with the bit 0 or with at least 2 ones, right? If you look in the middle, you will know that this is not the beginning of the UTF character easily. That makes sense. All right, now I need to convert this to the number, right? And to also make sure that they are all hex digits, by the way. First, so we do well, I guess I can also like read while over here, right? I only need to read the hex digits, and this is not hex digit, this is not hex digit. I literally just read the is hex digit, literally. That's all that I want. There. And after the hex digits, we're supposed to have this. Right? Now we know that these are all those. We do for C in string iterate hex code. Code is code times 16 plus 2 digit radix C16. Now we have the code, and we add char from code, and we continue. Okay, is this the correct implementation? Maybe. I should also port this to the OCaml version now. Now my Kast Lexer is more features than the OCaml one. I need to not do the semicolon here. Okay, expected the opening one. Okay. How about we also do the better error messages, right? So instead of panicking, I don't want to panic here at all. Panicking should be forbidden, right? What I want is expected escaped character. So like when this happens, um, I mean, what I can do is something like this, you know, const panic is, you know, I'm not a function, right? And then this is just not going to compile. There you go. Const panic is no panic. So what I want to do here is expected escape character, right? I need to report the error and then right, and then I need to return the thing. So what I can do is something like this. Let panic. I can make the panic here is going to be message. So over here I'm going to return to this one from inside here. Return error. Span is. Oh well, I mean we just return error. We don't need the span. I just need to do the raw, right? And raw is just this. I feel like this should like be extracted to the function too. Right? And then this message is just error report message. And we're so since this is the error in the Lexer, we are just reporting the message in the position, which is the single character, the one at which we are currently looking. I would have the message inside of the error here. Boom, 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 boom. Is that useful? So that it's not just in the error report. You know, we have the error which like contains the actual so like this is the token which we partially read basically, but then we also have the message here. I feel like the errors are going to be no, let's not do that. Error report. Message. And span is span single character, right? Position is reader position, and Yuri is so like yeah, and I do need the Lexer here. Lexer because the Yuri is not stored here. Lexer stores Yuri. And I will need it anyway. Oh, and the character also. Oh wait, it's single character. But what if it's not the character? For the end of file, for example. Which means that this needs to be an optional one. Actually. And is match char with some char, then we do that. And if it's none, then it's just the position. So the span is 0. Width. Comma. Useless. Right. So character here is just the peak of the reader. Span is not span, of course. Unexpected character is the same thing, by the way, and I don't need to unwrap here. Yes, unwrapping should be forbidden too. And then over here to string char, this is optional one, right? So this is going to be, I guess, match char with some char, then to string char, none, then empty string. Panic over here should be polymorphic, so it returns any type, I guess. Is not sum or string or error. Read string with delimiter. Yes, because I don't return the error, right? I return some error in this case. Of course, that's correct. Okay. Now this expected a reference. Wait, this is interpreter error, expected a reference, which, like, how does this compile even? Oh, right, because Lexer is not available to me here because, yeah. Unless I make these guys to be the lets. I need to do something. So read function is actually the one that is going to take the Lexer, not the reader. But then I can say that I can just say here that reader is Lexer reader, like this. That's what I'm going to do for all of these. So I give them the Lexer instead of giving them the reader, and that's all. Field reader is not there because the read string with limiter needs to be called with Lexer instead of reader. All right, now we have once again panic. It's because error report right now is just panicking, right? What we can do also is we can use import output do panic is false. If panic, then panic. Otherwise, just write this. If do panic. There we go. So now now the Lexer is actually error like ignoring the errors. Right, and continuing after the error is there. Right? This error should also tell me the span, though. This also needs to tell me the span. Let's say error at and over here I will print the span. Output span print. Is that what I do? All right. So this should tell me where the error happens. Error at with the space. Okay, so we have error at over here, right? This character, we expected the opening curly bracket. But it is the opening curly bracket. Hello? Wait, this is actually supposed to parse, right? So let's go back here. Let's just call this error instead of panic. Mm-hmm. To do interpolation. Hold on. We want the dash, the backspace U, right? Yes. I have advanced after reading the U, right? I should say got plus to got. In this case, it's end of file, right? How about we say this also? Expected this thing. Yeah, how about that? Over here also expected this thing. Let's try the function expected. Expected. Right? So this is just going to say error expected got and got is to string. It's going to be match reader peak some C to string C none and the file. All right. So it says expected. No. What? No, this is the old one. Yeah. Wait. What? Expected this, got that. Okay. I think it's once again. I don't know. My brain doesn't work today, I guess. Wait, what? No, this makes no sense. If C is not equal to this, then we say expected that, right? Oh, I see why. Because I don't say let C be that. So I did not shadow the thing. So now we have no errors, right? And this is hello, and this is the unicorn. All right, nice. Okay, this code still could be improved. Right. Do you have unwrap anywhere? Which is without or else. Is there anything Kuviman isn't expert in? Kast? Because there is a bug in Kast, apparently. Right? If I was an expert, I would fix it immediately. But instead, we ignore it for now. Okay. This is kind of nice. Let's make sure that I'm not using panics anywhere else. Unexpected args, this is fine, right? For the command line arguments, but yeah, and then there is no panics anymore. So we're supposed to never panic. But I actually want to enable the panics, right? So we have this error reporting functionality, and this error reporting functionality should be toggleable, right? So do I just do a let mut here? Can I do a global variable which is mutable like this? I'm not sure. Let's try. Let's try. And then in the main, where we can like parse the arguments, and the arguments are going to be like, you know, stop on error is a boolean, right? So I'm going to say stop on error is by default is actually going to be true, right? But if argument is equal to stop on error, what do we say? Ignore errors. Continue on error. Then stop on error is false. Is that what I want? And then after we parse the arguments, I just say that if args stop on error. Well, I mean, I just say that. I just say that error stop on error is equal to this. Not mutable. Right, because the error itself is not mutable. So even if this one is, it doesn't matter. How do we make something like a global variable? Set stop on error. This. I guess I can do set stop on error. Do like stop on error. This is just going to be do panic is stop on error, because I can do it here. This might also not work with the like the JavaScript backend. I could do it through the context system though, I guess. Could not find error in scope. Right. Oh wait, maybe that's why? Hold on. Maybe that's the only reason. Is that the only reason why it was not mutable directly? Mutated, not mute place. Oh no. Oh no, we mutated something that is not mutable. It makes sense because this is a const and this is a let. This is a compile time. This is a runtime thing. I cannot do that. Can I do a const mut? It actually works. But I think what we need to do is something else, you know? We need to have instead the function initialize error handler, you know, which is going to be a function which returns error handler, you know, and this is going to have the stop on error argument, and then we have the error handler, that's the type which has the handle. Which is span and string into unit, right? And then error handler context is context of error handler. So this would be basically if stop on error, then handle is span and message into panic message. And otherwise handle is span and message into these things. So we set up the handler once, like that. And then when I report the error, I just say that current error handler context handle span and message. Something like that. So we don't set this thing. Okay, let's make the example with error again. So let's like forget about this opening bracket, right? This is going to tell me that the context is not available, which makes sense. So we need to instead set this up first in the main. We say that with error handler context be error setup error init handler stop on error or stop on error, like this. I guess I don't need to duplicate. We're already inside the error. Init handler. Okay. So yeah, over here we are panicking. Actually, I guess the default one should be like stop on error is true. It should not even panic. Right? In this case, I think in this case what I should do is, well, I should still write the error, right? I should still write it. Yeah. Yeah. We still like have the handler like that. But after I have printed the error, I'm going to say that if stop on error, then over here we're doing something like std sys exit -1 maybe, right? There we go. And then we have stop. Why did I call it stop on error? And this is over here is continue on error. Continue on error. Sure. Unexpected arc, continue on error. Because this should be continue. After I have parsed this one. Okay. There we go. Nice. After existentialization, replacing monomorphization is the JavaScript translation one-to-one, or are you still doing something before emitting the JavaScript? It's almost one-to-one. Yeah. I don't know what's the question about exactly. Well, I mean, yes, because we don't do monomorphization, the JavaScript translation is almost one-to-one cast to JavaScript code, I guess. If we were doing monomorphization, then something else would happen. Well, I mean, it's not one-to-one. No, it's because like the things that are calculated at compile time are being like, so like part of the transpilation includes including the constants into the JavaScript code, right? So those constants are the things that we have evaluated at compile time, which includes the things like standard library and like all of these libraries, right? Everything that we define at compile time is basically a constant, and that just gets dumped into the JavaScript. Basically, like we serialize the values, I guess, right? If that makes sense. Why does it say over here? None of the read functions return sum. Over here. Oh, because one, right? Because I don't read the numbers at all currently. Makes sense. Okay. Okay. So if I say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ABC, what should this be parsed into even? You know, what if I do cast Lex tests hello incorrect escaped character, right? Because you know what? Let's support the Unicode escapes in the OCaml one too, so that I can use them when implementing my stuff here. Lexer. Let's see if I have the X. I mean, yeah. Const A is compt 1 plus 1 will emit let is 2 or something similar to that. Yes. Not exactly. But yeah. Okay. Reader advance. Lexer reader. Let's see, one is reader peak. How do you do this? C1. Expected to hex digits. All right. I'm not going to worry about the quality of this code here. Char. Wait, how do I convert the characters to digits in OCaml here? Read hex. Oh, yeah, because it's raw number. This is, yeah. This is being done in the parsing which is done where in the compiler number, right? This is the one. Oh, we just do int32 of string row, and this already handles the 0 axis for me. Okay. Which is cheating, but okay. I think I'm just going to only use 0 axis, so that's whatever. I'm not going to do the Unicode then. Support in the OCaml Lexer. But the hex ASCII is good. So I say that code is okay, this one is not going to be advanced, I suppose. A little cursed. Because we're going to advance here instead. Because we cannot do a continue in a camel. Let's just make string here, 0x C1, C2. And then we just do and this is my character, right? Yeah. Wait, what do I do when I do that? Well, true, done. Oh, I actually do return. And return is in the loop. Yeah. Yeah, I could return instead. Okay, let's make it reader advanced Lexer reader. Then I will just return, but I will buffer at char contents C. Well, not the C, but char return the character with a given integer code, which is int of parse string int of string s, right? Kast Alex echo x 1a. That seems wrong. Advance, advance, advance. I need to like do the 3 characters. Oh. Do I need to do the double backslash here? No, I don't. Expected closing. Yeah, I know. I mean, that makes sense. But this one doesn't. Char is hex digit. I do have this, right? If not is hex digit C1 and is hex digit C2, then error Expected to hex digits. Got this and this. C1, C2. That didn't work. Record field peaked is never mutated. That's not even true. Warning 69. This is not nice from Ocaml. It just lies to me, literally. Oh, wait, no, it actually doesn't lie, because this has inner mutability. Sure, my bad. It was nice. Warning. Excuse me. Gonna do \y in character y. Why does this has EOF here also? The error message is bad. Okay, this is better. Okay, so the escape character X is correct. Then I pick twice. And I'm not erroring. Print. Let's print this string. I'm not getting here. What do you mean I'm not getting here? Hello? What's happening with this code? Like, I'm getting this way, right? No, I'm not. What? Wait, what? What is this? Like, I don't have the X anymore anywhere else. The escaping of the X is not implemented, right? I mean, it's implemented in the read hacks and that's all. This makes no sense currently. Let's see the character that I'm picking. Well, that's from the standard library, right? Wait, no, that's not from the standard library. Wait. Wait, what? Let's print the position. There's something wrong, right? Because I'm lexing this thing. I don't even have 55 characters. I don't have 2 lines here. I'm lexing something else. But what is it? No, it is the standard library then, right? But why would I need it for lexing? Kast bin. Like, if I'm trying to just tokenize here. then why am I parsing the standard library? That makes no sense. Something is wrong here. Let's print here. So it happens after, before I run. What? Oh, it's because I'm parsing. Wait, what am I parsing? What am I lexing? The rules, because I'm parsing the syntax rules. That's why. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. Right. I guess I could do like this, right? URI print Lexer source URI, and then it would be more obvious to me, right? I'm parsing the syntax rules. There we go. Okay. But what it means is that I'm not seeing the slash. The backslash here when I'm lexing this thing, which makes no sense. So I'm reading the empty string at stdin 1114. How does this happen? So it's not a backslash? Like C is not delimiter here, right? Wait, it's slash 000. Wait, is this because it's bash? Because it's Zash? I thought yeah. And to do that. Yes, there we go. Okay, it's because I was passing it incorrectly to the Lexer. Got it. Right. So now this doesn't matter. This is going to be X. Expected 2 hex digits. Now we do X1A. AB. AB is a character. Yeah. Okay, seems like it's correct now. Okay. Why is that much? Why was that so difficult? Like it should have been so easy. Lexer support hex escapes in Lexer. Let's do that. Why is self-host opened here? Even. Close repository. All right, we can update Kast now. And I just wanted to use this in one place. In the ANSI escape characters over here, right? Instead of doing that, I'm just going to write the escape sequence properly, right? Like slash x1b followed by the opening square bracket. And that's what we want, right? Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So what we want now is to also make it so that I can read a regular number, right? Read number. So read number, we must start with a digit. We must start with a digit. If not, char is ASCII digit C. Return none. Okay. Reader read while is ASCII digit. So this is the simple version. And I need to edit here. Okay. But if I have a number which contains the floating point numbers, by the way, should this be an error if I have the letters right after the thing? Is another question. My actual Lexer is also doing the same thing, right? This is two separate tokens. I might want to make this an error. I don't know. Let's keep it for now like it is. Okay, what are the other options, right? We have like tuple.0.2.3, right? This should not be a floating point number, but a 0.2 should be, right? Zero point 0.2 is a number, but then we have the this, right? Yes. Self cast. And self cast is just treating every number as its own number. So we need to also see if match reader pick reader, if it is some C, If it is none, then I don't do anything. But if it is some C, and if the C is equal to dot, then we are going to advance the reader, and I'm going to also read more digits, right? Okay, but this is not right because this 0.2 is not supposed to be the token, right? And that is because we need to know if the previous thing was a dot or not, right? How am I checking this in my current Lexer? Read number. Yeah, scene dot is okay. So we just need to know the previous character, right? Do, do, Let's see. Scene dot is match reader previous non-false some C is equal to dot. So if not scene dot and this one is a dot, then we do that, right? Also I feel like if we do something like 0 to string, what is this going to be parsed into? Then it is 0 dot and then to string, right? So I need to make sure that this is also done properly. So if this is a dot, then I only need to do that if the character after that is also the digit, right? Let digit after dot is match peak 2 reader none false some C is ASCII digit C. So I just need to set the previous character. If I have a reader, returns option char, right? So this is just if reader position index is equal to 0, then we return none. Otherwise, we return some reader contents at reader position index -1. Semicolon. All right. Well, this didn't work. Wait, is previous always none? Because that would be a weird bug. Let's dbg print a reader. Oh, the previous one. Right. No, this makes sense a little bit. I mean, it doesn't make sense that I did not see anything in the output. Oh, no, I do see something in the output. There you go. This is the one. I have the IDs, by the way. I should get rid of this. This was on accident. For no inference base if false, right? Don't print IDs. But yeah, sin dot should be figured out before I start reading things over here. Welcome back, Nigel. For some reason, Lexer is taking a long time. I don't remember spending this much time on the Lexer previously. I'm becoming slow or something. Washed. Okay. But this new Lexer is already better than the Ocaml Lexer. It's not panicking on errors, which is why my LSP sometimes crashes currently. And to do more copy pasting, I feel like at this point it's like the other way around. Like this Lexer supposes the Unicode escapes like this. Ocaml doesn't. And yeah, and stopping on errors is another thing. Okay, this seems now correct, right? So yeah, we do this, that. Nice. Nice. Okay. Let's try lexing everything. All of the Kast sources. I'm running through the interpreter here, and this is relatively slow, I suppose, right? It's not just the output that is slow. I should, but in order to run this through the JavaScript backend, I need to implement a thing in the JavaScript backend too. The unpacking of the tuples is not implemented there. Maybe I implement it right now and see if how much faster that is compared to the interpreter. But yeah, if the Lexer is this slow, then I don't think the LSP is going to be very responsive, right? I mean, how much code am I parsing here? It was like something like 800 lines of Kast code, I think, already here. Right? Is this standard library? No, this is printing the source code in the Lexer, right? This is still the source Lexer, right? I'm right now lexing. I cannot even go there. Really? Line 177. Yeah, I'm just lexing this source code that I have here. It's just the interpreter. It's fine. Interpreter is like a billion times slower than the JavaScript backend. There we go. Everything is lexed. Is it lexed correctly though? Is another question, right? How do I make sure that it's lexed the same as the Lexer that we currently have is lexed? I need to make sure that the output is the same, and then we like just diff the files maybe. Or maybe we just run some tests, write some tests. You wanted to write some tests, right, Nigel? Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I kind of also don't like how this code looks currently. But let's ignore that for now. Needs more colors. What, the output? Wait a second, I see an error. ToString is parsed as two separate tokens instead of one token. That's a bug. Lex. When I read the identifier, right? I'm reading while it's asking alphanumeric, which is wrong, right? And see if it is alphanumeric or it is equal to underscore. More colors in syntax highlighting. Okay. Little graphic. Underscore in ident. Yeah, is ident start is already this or alpha, and this is alphanumeric or underscore. Right. Okay, here's what I want, right? You see how I'm printing this string literal twice. First the string itself and then the contents of the string, right? What I want is to be able to print the strings as escaped strings instead of them being like raw strings like this. Just escape them differently, I guess, is what I want. Because I want to print the content, not the original thing, is the idea. So token print what I'm printing the string, right? I'm printing contents. This is what I want. I want to like print escaped string here. And printing escaped string will be useful in other places. How about we just have like some common stuff? You know? And then I'm importing that here. And then this is going to be like escape string contents. But I'm also, before I'm escaping this, I also need to write the delimiter. So the string should know about the delimiter, right? We treat the character tokens as also strings. Delimiter. So I'm going to write the delimiter here, and I'm going to write the delimiter there. Or, I mean, I actually just want to let's just do escape string, and we have delimiter like that. That's all. Then, so I want escape string to be the string and delimiter, which is also a string, and this will return the new string, right? Which also will have escape string contents, string delimiter, string. So this would be just delimiter plus escape string contents plus delimiter. Result is empty string for character in iterate string, return result plus equal to string character. If CS is equal to delimiter, then result plus equal backslash, right? So at least this thing should be delimited. Also, we want to escape some other things, right? So if C is equal to /n, then result plus equal /n. R B T That's all, I guess. And then some of them could be like Unicode instead. If they're like unprintable, some specific characters, right? Let's see, if is print, if not is printable, C then code is char code C. If code is less than 0x7f, then this is the ASCII one, right? We're going to X escape it, otherwise we're going to U escape it. Boom, 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 boom. Sure. Okay, let's do this. Let C1 is code divided by 16. C2 is code module 16, right? So we say result plus equal backslash x, and then result plus equal to string char from digit radix C1 16 and C2 16, right? And over here instead we say result plus equal backslash u opening curly bracket. We're going to then close the curly bracket, and then we do for, and then we do let mode code is code, and then while Wait, how do you do this without reserving memory? You cannot, right? Let mode pot as one while pot is less than code. Pot times equal 10. It's a power of 10. So it's a power of 10 that is more than or equal code. Right? The biggest one. So then we say while code is more than 0, do we are going to divide code by 10, and we're going to divide pot by 10 backwards. Well, I guess it's like while pot is more than 0 too, right? We do that. So then we say code divided by pot is the biggest digit. Code like most significant digit is this. Well, I'm supposed to do powers of 16, right? Not powers of 10. So we're subtracting. I mean, I'm just subtracting this digit, right? And that's all. And this is supposed to work, kind of. And then we do result plus equal to string from digit radix digit 16. So to find the is printable, I think I just say that code is char code C. Let's just say that code is less than um, Triple ASCII characters are the standard character set ranging from 32, right? 0x20. When you write the language server, you'll need a JSON parser. Should you make the JSON parser library? I was thinking actually for the JSON parsing to utilize the parser that we're going to create here. Not sure if this is a good idea instead of doing like the more dedicated JSON parser, but I'm supposed to be able to parse JSONs, I'm pretty sure. I mean, maybe these escape codes are different in JSON than what I'm trying to do in Kast. But we can maybe substitute the Lexer and then use the existing parser. I mean, or you can, I mean, or we can write like the dedicated JSON parser too. I mean, maybe having both of them would be nice. Both of the implementations. Like the fact that we can parse is not necessarily means that we should, right? Because it's too general purpose. It might have the performance issues because of that. We want to parse JSON fast instead, right? But for now, it doesn't like really matter. It would probably be good enough. I feel like if it is 2 bytes, then it's okay. Which means that like the emoji is going to be Unicode escaped, right? Wait, what is this? Raw contents is raw delimiter contents. That's in the Lexer, because the definition of the token string oh wait, hold raw delimiter contents. That's right. Over here, read string with delimiter. Oh yes, because I'm returning the string here with raw this, and then we have the delimiter, and delimiter is to string delimiter because in this case it is a character. But I think later I will have like maybe I do it right now here too. The multi-line strings is what I want to have, right? The SQL example, no. The SQL example is importing syntax from another file. You cannot use SQL syntax without importing it, right? You want the I mean these syntax definitions, they are kind of isolated, right? Already. Can you use cast syntax inside of the SQL block? Yes. Here is the example of the SQL, right? It define so like you can define like for the sub expressions their type basically, right? So inside of the SQL, this over here must be parsed as SQL, but inside of the SQL, we can say that yeah, we do the dollar, right? Dollar, which is similar to the unquoting the ASTs to go back to the Kast source code, which is then used what is in custom syntax, right? This over here, dollar 2 plus 2, this is Kast syntax, and this is SQL syntax. But that's different from what you wanted, I think. We're going to have interop with external JS libraries. Well, I mean, I already do, right? I like if you think of the Node.js being the external library, right? Like, what's the difference? Like, because the compiler doesn't know about Node.js anything. It's just glued together in certain places. npm install wrapper. I don't know. I feel like maybe like so the plan is something like this: we make the self-hosting version of the language, and then instead of implementing the JavaScript backend on the self-hosted version, we can implement the C backend, and then we stop doing the JavaScript. I mean, maybe still JavaScript because it's just so much easier, but we'll see. Maybe I just skip it. We'll think about it. But if you want to use SQLite, I mean, you can bring the external JavaScript dependencies externally. It doesn't have to be built into Kast, right? Because Kast just compiles to JavaScript, and then that JavaScript needs to be ran in some environment. If that environment has SQLite installed, then and then you have the glue, that orchestration. I feel like that is almost like the job of something similar to the package manager, right? So we have dependencies which are not only Kast dependencies, but like some other types of dependencies, and how do we bundle the thing together in the end? Right. Well, package manager will have to come first for just Kast code, I guess. All right, so look at this. Is this even correct? So we do 01F 984. This is correct. And this is the same unicorn, which is also correct. And the X0A is also just /n. But why is there a leading zero? Is the only question that I have. Am I calculating the power of... let's call this P. Right? That's the best variable name ever. While P is less than code, while P times 16 is less than or equal to code, I think. I think this is the correct one, right? Now we just have one F. Okay. So if I have a string which is like 0x 10, for example, right? 0x10. Okay, and then if we have u1000, that's also going to be, well, this one is not outside of the range, right? I need to do like that. There we go. This one is still considered printable. Maybe it is. Okay, so this is me printing escaped strings. Which is a nice thing to have. Let's also in the hello example, I want to check that this works. Let's try all of these 4 versions. Well, when I'm printing the contents, though, I don't want that, right? When I'm printing the token, when I'm printing the contents, the delimiter should always be just the double quote, I think. Yeah. And let's do this without the /n. Yep. Okay, one other thing that I see also right now is that I'm not parsing the comments, I guess. Um, so it's just the comments that is left, I think, for the Lexer. We have 2 types of comments, the block comment and the line comment. I'm actually wondering what happens if I do something like dash hashtag and cast lex this thing. This is actually parsing as a single punctuation token instead of dash followed by the line comment currently in my Lexer, which is wrong, I think. Doc comments. What do you think doc comments should be? Yes, I was thinking of doc comments, but what do you think they should be? Like, for example, let's um mm, 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 mm. I don't think it should be like Python, like this. The question is, where should the doc comment be? It should not be inside of this function, I think. It should be like outside of it. No? I mean, that's an interesting question. I don't know. So like in Rust, for example, right? There is two so there are two things that you can do, I think. We either add the documentation to the thing which is in front, or to the things which we are inside of. Yeah, there are doc strings, not doc comments. Hello, Happy Nora and Nerdsoul. We're still lexing. Yeah. My Lexer is already better than the one that is actually used in the OCaml implementation, with the exceptions of the comments not being here. You like the PHP doc the most? What's PHP doc? Let's see. What's the best syntax for comments? Because code and documentations are meant to be together. That's right. Where is the about? Documentation? Configuration? This is a doc block. This belongs to a file. This belongs to a class. But they use the same syntax, which is a little bit weird. Is it based? And this belongs to a class, so it's not based on the white space, right? That's because this is two comments. I mean, this is like the Java one. Like, yeah. Well, what's the difference between like this and like JS doc, the Java doc, and the other things? Can you put the documentation about the function inside of the function, though? That's the question. If you are... Is that useful sometimes? I feel like none of the languages do that except for Python, right? Where you put the documentation inside instead of outside. But like in general, in a language like Rust, let's open something written in Rust. What's written in Rust? What's written in Rust? Closure does it too. Kast v0. I think it's in temp. Okay, I just opened some random file. Most Lisps have a def function name, optional doc string, body syntax. Let's see, function boom. And then we have a function goo, which calls function foo, right? So I can look at this thing, and if I add the comment, this is doc, then I can see this documentation here, right? But what happens? There's another syntax which is called doc. This is also doc. And then we will see these two things. And then the question is that what I don't know the answer to is that can you do the exclamation mark doc here? You can. This is inner doc. All right. I don't know. I never like wanted this in Rust, but the fact that you can is nice, right? Can you do it like with this syntax though? Something like exclamation mark. Wait, actually, this actually works. Yes, it does work. And I guess this is how you write the document for the module usually, right? I never write documentation, so I don't know the syntax here. But yeah, if you look at the std fmt, yes, this is the document for the thing. So what I'm thinking of is force push main. I do that too sometimes, right? Did you come here to judge me? I also use VS Code instead of NeoVim. So what I think is, I guess we can all agree that you shouldn't put documentation after the function variable module thing, like after the definition over here. I guess, yeah, not. So it's either inside or before usually. I mean, at the same time, hold on. You're saying you shouldn't put the documentation after the thing, but this is literally what OCaml does. Hold on. This is literally what OCaml does, which I guess is another reason for me not to like it. On top of all of the other existing reasons. This is doc for run. No? Do I need to do something specific for the documentation comment? It's not the documentation for main. Do you do ***? Maybe. Or is the OCaml LSP not showing me the documentation comments? That might be the case. Because OCaml LSP sucks. But if you look at something in the OCaml standard library, I'm pretty sure this is true. Because if I look into what list map, for example, right? No, this it actually does show me, right? This documentation. So let's take a look at the internals of this. Maybe this doesn't actually even have the documentation. So where is this taking this documentation from? Oh, it's because this is the map list ML, right? I want the list MLI. Okay, because that's where the documentation lives. File map. Yeah, look at this. The documentation for map is after the definition. Is there like a reasoning why OCaml chose this? Why are doc comments in OCaml after the thing instead of before? Because OCaml decided to be different. Doc comments are stored and then attached to the nearest enclosing AST node. Important nuance. It's not always after. In many common cases, you still write this because in signatures, the parser treats the comment as a leading for next item. That's not true. What? That's what, like, I'm literally looking at the signature. Or is it like the nearest based on the amount of white space? There's no way that's how it is, right? Wait. This works. Document is before. Document number 2. Is this document just ignored? What if I put it here? Yeah, see, like the formatter moves my documentation comment from the bottom to the top. Huh? But why does the language server not show me the comment if this is belonging to this function now? I don't know. OCaml is just weird. Okay, so what I was thinking of is that similar to Rust, we should have like 2 options to write the comment. Either the comment is for the following items or for the item inside of which we are writing the comment, right? So, and also we already use the hashtag for comment. So what if we like do the double hashtag for doc comment, similar to how Rust uses the triple slash versus double slash? Any languages use that? Let's ask ChatGPT. Are there languages? What languages? What? Give me examples of languages using hashtag for comments and doc comments also use hashtags. C# uses double slash, yes. Just like C. Ruby has just the regular comments as comments, right? So like, do we ever want the regular comment to not be a doc comment? I think we do, right? We do want to differentiate. What about Julia? Julia is also using the triple quote, by the way, like Python, but before. Oh, yeah. I think like because we want to use Markdown inside the comments, actually, this is a good point. The contents of the documentation comment should be Markdown. So if I use hashtags, that would be a little bit weird to have hashtag followed by a hashtag, right? Do you guys like the triple? Is this character a hexadecimal digit? 0 to 9 AF AF. It's not bad. I don't like the fact that you like do this in 2 places, but I don't know. Also, one of the other things that we have is the block comments, right? So we have like this currently, right? This way we don't have like the hashtags in the beginning and like everywhere. So that would already be the doc comment. If you hardcode comment syntax in the Lexer, you won't be able to use it for JSON syntax. I can use the parser with a different Lexer, is the idea also. So like the Lexer is customizable, supposedly. I just have never needed that, but yeah. I think I'll get to customizing the Lexer. I mean, even in my OCaml code, right? I have the Lexer, right? In order to create the Lexer, you give it the rules. So there's like just the default rules. which is for the default Lexer, but it is actually customizable here. Hardcode comments, yeah. Should it be a like triple quote like this? But how do we also make in general the multi-line string, right? If this also can be used for the multi-line strings. And for multi-line strings, I was originally thinking of the syntax that the Nix uses, which is the double single quote, and then it would like automatically remove all of the indentation in the beginning. Does Python remove all the indentation in the beginning of the strings actually? What if I do the test by here and we do like S is triple quote hello world if true. I don't think Python does anything with the indentation, right? It has backslash for strings. Triple quote is reasonable, but it doesn't fit the aesthetic of the language. Like the problem with the triple quote is that like it's a string instead of a comment, right? So you have doc strings instead of doc comments. So the parser should like automatically attach the strings and treat them not as expressions but as a documentation instead, right? Which I mean, yeah, it's just a little bit weird. Also, speaking about like this other Rust syntax for the alternative syntax, right? This one is the explicit syntax, where you have the attributes. I don't have the attributes yet, but I will want to have attributes also. I have not needed them yet, I guess. What would my attributes be? Do a hash 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 and a hash hash hash. Oh wait, I actually like this. I actually like this. This is a good suggestion. So this is like this is doc comment like this. Another option is, you know what? Because documentation comments are markdown, what if we do the triple backtick? Because that's what you do in markdown. That's probably not a good idea because like you want inside of the doc comment the markdown which contains the triple backticks, right? Yeah, no. We want to be able to do this for the example like that, right? Like that's how you use this function. Triple back tick is inside markdown. It is not markdown. What do you mean? This is part of markdown. What do you mean inside markdown isn't markdown? And then over. So the reason I don't like the triple hashtag, once again, because it's markdown. Triple hashtag means the header of level 3, right? We want to have like, examples and like, notes, whatever. And then you can have subsections here supposedly, and this is going to be the subsection. But if we use it for the end, it doesn't work, I think. So I don't like this anymore. The slashes. But at the same time, like, because this is a block, this is how we do the block comment already, right? So this is already a comment. Maybe we use the block comment syntax already. We just add a couple of the hashtags here, and that's all. Right? Yeah. Or like you say, like the curly bracket, right? The curly bracket for documentation and the round bracket for the regular comment. Or should I use like the curly ones for the already? I have the round brackets for block comments in general, and they also can be nested, right? Like this. So this is already the syntax for comments. I just want the dedicated for the documentation. Do you think we need to match the number of hashtags in the end? I think that doesn't matter, right? Just like the beginning. Or maybe like hashtag doc or something. Is this better? Because this makes it obvious that this is documentation. No what? You like the curly ones? Like this? For documentation? So the nice thing, if I just use this existing syntax, right, then this then we just need to parse the regular tokens, though, the regular block comments, right? And whether this is whether this is a documentation comment is not the concern of the Lexer, right? Whether this is having extra hashtags. So if we do the difference being the curly brackets, then the curly bracket is also just a different version of a comment for the Lexer, I mean, right? But back to this syntax of Rust, where you can put the documentation inside, right? When I'm inside of a module. Well, I think like the only reason for Rust to have this syntax is because you want to write the syntax for the module inside of a module. And the way I am doing it, at least currently, where my modules, they always have like this in the beginning, right? So I don't need the dedicated syntax for putting the documentation comment inside, technically, unless I get rid of this. Does Rust have a block style doc comment? Not have a block style doc comment on purpose? I don't know. I'm not sure if I like the curly brackets, but we can support them, sure. We just do both of them be in the comments, and that's it. This is going to be good enough. I already attached the comments in the parser to the ASTs, but now like the parser would need to. I mean, yeah, it's not even the job of the parser anymore because the comments are already attached to the things. It does the slash star star. Well, but no one is using that in Rust, right? At least I have never seen that. I don't think I have ever seen that. Wait, why is there 2 stars here now? Though I am supposed to do that, right? Yeah, it's the Vim that added the stars. Okay. Do, 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 do. Well, which is basically similar to Rust. Then this is going to be the documentation comment. That is the regular block comment. Then I think. Anyway, let's remove the comments from code. Let's do the lexing of the comments. Do you have to do it in C though? The comment needs to continue with star. It doesn't have to, right? It's just the convention that people do in C, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just a convention. Read line comment. Read block comment. I will have to add the comments. Raw string. Do I have like how am I doing it here? I just have comment, right? And comment is just the comment type. It's either a line or block. Do I need to do parentheses here? It seems right. Comment raw. What is it supposed to be? Gray. I don't want this to span multiple lines though, so how about we do something like for C in string enter raw. I only want to escape the new lines. If C is equal to /n, then let's do sin /n. Otherwise, write the string C. All right, Lexer. A read line comment is so we need to do a hash. Otherwise, we just do reader read while it's not a new line until the end of line. This is a line comment. And the block comment needs to start with the opening one. Then we take the peak 2. Peak 2 must be a hashtag, right? And then we do what? Then we do what? Then we just do, I guess, a loop, right? I check the 2 next characters. I check the 2 next characters. If we don't have 2 next characters, we're just going to break. No. No. I want something like this, you know? If next to next to are the opening and the hashtag. Let's just make this function. Then, so we are going to have the the indentation, right? I'm going to start with indentation of 0. I'm just not even going to advance, so this is going to be seen immediately. We're going to say not indentation, right? Nestiness. Nestiness plus equal 1. If the next two are hashtag and the closing one, then we do minus equal 1. Right? If after that nestiness is equal to 0, then we just break this loop. And in any other case, we just advance the reader. This comment what nestiness means. What do you mean nestiness? You can nest block comments. Is that not obvious? What? You can nest block comments. Comment for Nigel. Like this. Nesting depth? Sure. I guess that's better. Nest. Just nest depth, I guess, right? Okay. See, it's not the problem of the comment, it's the problem of the naming, right? Let's have another helper here. Next to our reader C1, C2, match reader peak some C. If C1, if C is not equal to C1, then return false. None. Return false. And then pick 2. Oh, this one is C1, this one is C2, and this is true, right? So similarly to like 0x, for example, here, right? I just say that if not next to r 0 and x, then we return none. Anything else can be using this thing? Maybe. Not mutable. Not mutable. Not mutable over here. Nest depth should be mutable. That makes sense. And there's another error. Shape span is not none or this. Yeah. This returns none. Why would this return none? This I think is fine. What's the issue here? Is it in this code? It might not be here. The problem. It's when I'm using the unexpected char, right? I'm using an unexpected char here. Yeah, this returns none or something. Wait, what? Why? What function am I in currently? In the read next, it returns token. Something is weird. It's because of the returns. Return over here, this one. Unwind none. When I'm returning here. Alright, well, my error messages are bad. It seems the actual inference error is somewhere else. Next to R. Oh, wait, is this something like retext number? Return none. No, I think this is fine, right? Read number, and then read block comment. Return none, return none, return none. If not, then return none. Okay, how about I comment out the reading of the comments, because that's like the only thing that I added, right? Yes, that's the only thing that I added. Okay, so which one of them is having the issue? It is a read line comment, actually. Let's see, what is the issue? What's the issue? Row inference failure. This is read function. I'm supposed to return the option token shape. Right? If I do underscore here. Then it's already wrong. If I comment these things. Oh, wait. I understand now. I understand. The issue is that I'm trying to use the return here to return to another place. I forgot the with return here. This is kind of like the downside, I guess, of the fact that I can return from outer functions, but only from those which are marked. So in this case, I'm trying to return from like the higher stuff, which has the return, because I'm defining these functions instead of this function. I mean, technically, I think I should move this to like to the top level, maybe instead of them being nested. Like this nestedness is like unnecessary, I suppose. Okay, so here's the comment over here. Let's do just activate to support Linus. Hello, Orblesh. I would, but I'm broke. I'm working on a programming language instead of making money, you know. Can't afford the license. So we want to just try some nested comments here, right? Boop, boop, boop. like this. So this is supposed to be. That is wrong. Oh, wait. Right. Wait, what? No. Wait, what? Huh? I commented out the reading of the block comment. That makes sense. Linksider would make more money than Kast. Do you think Linksider is going to be successful? I don't know. I mean, it may be, it also may be not. How... Like, it would be nice. Do you think we should switch from Kast to Linksider then? Read block comment. With return. This over here also is different, right? I want if next is hashtag. If not, then return none. Instead of like this thing. This over here is definitely too verbose. So let's have similar to this. Next is reader see. So this would be just match reader pick some pick c is equal to pick none false. I was going to, but we were kind of waiting on Davey a little bit when he has time so that we work together instead of solo. We're supposed to be a team that works on the game, you know? Do, 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 do. This variable is not inferred, it cannot be awaited, of course. And just specify that this is an integer. On sudo. Okay, there we go. And this is wrong. Wait, why is this wrong though? It only... Oh, wait. I understand why. Because when I break, like this is the end, right? I still need to consume these tokens. Right? Yeah. I still need to consume these tokens. I mean, I can just always advance twice here. Right? I can always advance twice here. And then continue. And then continue. So like otherwise, if it's not this or that, then we just read a single character. All right, there we go. There we go. Look at this comment. There is an issue with printing the nested colored stuff, right? Because the way I'm doing this printing actually, right? I say with mode gray, right? But when the mode ends, I just reset the color currently. What I should do is like reset to the previous color, basically, right? But we can instead just say that that this is going to be cyan and this is going to be gray. Yeah, just like print character by character, like this. All right, nice. Okay, is there anything else left for me to do in terms of Lexer? Or is this good enough? So if I try to run this through the JavaScript backend, we have this to do in the transpiler. I guess I can just do here, right? Kast run JS Kast self-host source main. Like that. So the issue is over here in column 595. Right, because we have the unpack. What is this specifically? This is pattern matching when I have the unpacking. Right, that's because I have the pattern matching literally. Well, I mean, we know where it is, right? While I'm transpiling this thing, right? Because we have the raw dot dot dot. This dot 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 is not transpiled properly, but it doesn't matter, I guess. Like because we literally want to ignore. If this is in the end, then especially I can ignore it. If it's not in the end, then I would need to like skip through the things. Let's do this simple implementation. Where I will just say here, you know, head unpack is true. You know, that's all that I'm going to do here. Over here, I'm going to say that head unpack is false. And when I'm getting the field, I'm going to say that I don't support the unpacking not in the end. If head unpack, then fail to do unpacking only supported in the end at the moment. Okay, and then we also have line 710, which is also unpacking, but this is... Wait, this is pattern... Yes, we have two things. We have does match, and then we have the actual pattern match. When it does match, we want to assign the variables, which is the same thing. Add unpack false. Over here, add unpack is true. If add unpack, then fail to do unpack to do match after unpack. Well, also this unpack should be like ignored, by the way, right? Like this is actually wrong, and to make sure that this pattern is the ignore pattern, right? So if match packed shape, if it is pattern placeholder, then I don't do anything, but if it is anything else, then fail to do unpack Just do fail with lock here, just like before, so I can get this line of code immediately. Same goes here. Okay, no default subcommand. So everything else was transpiled properly. So we want to run with the command lex examples hello. All right, look at this. So this is done through the JavaScript backend, and the output is the same. And it seems like it's working. Okay, nice. So this is me just a support trailing, unpack, ignore in patterns in JavaScript transpiler. I think can I have in the just file the thing? I think what I want, like, because this is a shell script anyway. Yeah. How about over here? I say, use in bash. Can I have a ternary? Like, what do I want here? Let's just have over here cast args. How about this? And then we have like target.js there. By default, Is it shell hook? Export cast args is target.js. Right. Yeah, there we go. Transpiling not inferred variables. This is still like the bug that is present. Launching with node with args. I want this and this to be quieted. I don't want to see this. Right. So how about in this here? Cast CLI. I think I want to have the quiet argument. Quiet is true. And quiet is true is just, I don't know, let's just say something here like cast transpiler JavaScript. I mean, can I just do common somewhere? Cast util quiet is true, maybe. Just like this. And then in the JavaScript, transpiling not inferred var. This is the error log, but I will only do this if quiet, if cast util quiet. Does this not work? Because the LSP support is off. Okay, and then launching node is also similarly right if not quiet. And we do that. Okay, and then I just do cast run this. Now I can run this in quiet mode. Which says no default subcommand now. Unless we do Lex examples hello. There we go. And now we only see the relevant output that I'm looking for. Nice. Quiet. So cast args are quiet target JS. Maybe I should call it not cast args, but like self cast args. Right? So this way I should be able to do like self cast like this. It's not a shell hook, is it? What do you do? Flake. It is a shell hook. Shell hook. Shell hook. Echo. Welcome to Kast self-hosted dev shell. Okay, we have this. This is here. And this works. Was it not like reloaded properly maybe last time? Maybe. Okay, so this also means that if I do like something like just test here, because I'm going to run through the JavaScript runtime, this is 1,000 times faster. Okay, like look at this. We have that, right? There is a little bit of time to do the compilation, and then there is the time to do the runtime. And if I do this, but with self cast args being like empty, I cannot do this. I need to do this like here, right? This is going to take like a minute or something. Hello, super based. Because the interpreter is literally 1,000 times slower than the JavaScript backend. That's okay. How does Lua cheat achieve that level of speed though? By cheating. Lua is a very simple language. I mean, JavaScript itself is also really fast with the cheating and everything. I'm not doing the cheating at all in my interpreter. It's very slow. The amount of work that the interpreter is doing is like massive. I have like when I only started working on the language, the interpreter was a lot faster, but then like there was more and more and more features. Lua just is the fastest and the smallest. There has to be something very complex about it. Well, Lua is itself like the very simple language, very small, which is why like cheating it is also doesn't need to do a lot of work, I suppose. Lua is a very simple language to compile, to run, like everything. Should I even wait for this to finish? I'm just wondering how much slower is my interpreter compared to the to the JavaScript. All right. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for me for today. And next time, maybe I can start working on the parser. There's also this mysterious bug that I still didn't fix, and I feel like I'm going to like experience that bug again. But I don't know how to figure it out. Need to think about it. Feature. I don't know. This guy is making their own language. It seems Jai. Oh wait, they're working on Jai, the language. Sure. See you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.